Presenting America's Popular Music with Andy Mansfield, well-known record reviewer and owner of one of the nation's largest private record collections. And now, featuring selections from his rich musical store of record collector's items, here is Andy Mansfield with America's Popular Music.
Tonight's chapter of America's Popular Music is called The Stan Kenton Story, or From the Rendezvous to the Rendezvous in 16 Years.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's artistry in rhythm. The distinctive new designs in modern dance music, styled by that young composer, arranger, and his orchestra, Stanley Kenton. Come in, Stan.
Hello, everybody. We welcome you to a session of artistry and rhythm, and we hope you enjoy our musical offerings.
Well, that's how the band came on the air back in 1941 from the Rendezvous Ballroom at Balboa. That was 16 years ago. Now let's turn back the clock and tell you about Stanley Newcomb Kenton, who was born February 19, 1912, on a farm near Wichita, Kansas. Stan's music career started out in Los Angeles, where he learned to play saxophone, trumpet, banjo, and eventually piano. After graduating from Bell High School in 1930, he became assistant musical director and pianist arranger at Errol Carroll's Hollywood Theater Restaurant in the late 30s. In 1940, Stan Kenton's orchestra played its first paying job, a one-nighter at the Diana Ballroom in Los Angeles. Kenton himself landed his historic engagement at the Rendezvous Ballroom in Balboa by playing audition records like this one, which was made in a small studio at Hollywood's Music City, November 1st, 1940. On Memorial Day, 1941, the new Kenton band of 13 men first played the Rendezvous Ballroom at Balboa and continued throughout the summer. By July 1941, Kenton's popularity warranted a network broadcast schedule, and here is the opening of one such early program.
Well, it's the Balboa Bandwagon with Stanley Kenton's Artistry in Rhythm.
Stan Kenton's first commercial recordings were made for Decca in Hollywood September 11th, 1942, with the personnel of Beach, Alvarez, and Collier on trumpets, Cole and Forbes the trombones, Ordine, Romersa, Bridwell, Doris, and Geoga the saxes, Ripe, Coste, Rumsey, and George the rhythm. Here's Stan Kenton's orchestra playing This Love of Mine, featuring tenor sax man Red Doris singing the vocal.
This love of mine goes on and on, though life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind, though out of sight. It's lonesome through the day and all the night. I cry my heart out, it's bound to break, since nothing happens, let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of it, this love of mine?
Only 9 days separated Stan Kenton's first 2 recording dates. These Decca recordings were made September the 11th, 1942, and September the 20th, he made his first transcriptions for C.P. McGregor, transcriptions which have had a historic value and great influence on the Kenton audience. With a studio full of Kenton's fans to give authentic atmosphere, and for many months and even years, these were actually thought to have been recorded off the air. They were not. They were recorded in the McGregor Studios here in Los Angeles. Here are the first tunes which were recorded for McGregor transcriptions.
An old gypsy air with a rolling modern Kenton arrangement featuring the trumpet of Tico Alvarez. It's 2 guitars.
Here's cut number 2 on McGregor.
Something dreamed up at a Chinese restaurant. It's Ralph Yaw's Blues in Asia Minor.
Continuing with the Stan Kenton story tonight, on the strength of Stan's McGregor transcriptions and his network radio, the band took off on a disastrous tour of one-nighters, which was to have wound up in a long run at New York's Roseland Ballroom. However, the band was closed out in 10 days. New Yorkers didn't like this kind of music, and the only bright spot in the whole trip was a Decca record date in New York on February 13th, 1942, which produced Reed Rapture, featuring the Kenton sax section and rhythm. Another from this same New York date featured a novelty Kenton original by bassman Howard Rumsey, who seemingly borrowed a page from Slam Stewart's book and scattered vocally while he played Concerto for Doghouse. Kenton's Decca records were not financial successes, and on November the 19th, 1943, Stan switched to the Capitol label. With an enlarged group of 5 trumpets, 3 trombones, 5 sax, 4 rhythm, here's Kenton's first for Capitol, the Harlem Folk Dance. very same session also produced another great Kenton classic, Eager Beaver. When Stan Kenton played a short engagement at Baltimore, Maryland, he auditioned several girl vocalists. Dolly Mitchell band appeared at the Pasadena Civic Auditorium on January 14th, 1944. It was Dolly Mitchell who sang I Lost My Sugar in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City haunts me, how that city taunts me. Night and day I find Salt Lake City. I lost my sugar in Salt Lake City. Ooh, why did I go there? I should have stayed down in New Orleans and never gone nowhere. A gal with sweet talk from Kansas City. Her words were sweet like wine. She gave my sugar a smart routine and stole that man of mine. When night comes creeping for me, there's no sleeping, but what she sows she'll be reaping, for she done me wrong. I cried my heart out in Salt Lake City the day I heard the news. She left me deep in in my solitude with the Salt Lake City blues.
Dolly Mitchell, however, soon gave way to another great jazz vocalist. For her first record, in May of 1944, here's Anita O'Day singing the million-copy Kenton seller, and her tears flowed like wine.
He would spend it on the pony, he would spend it on the girls, buy his mother gin and roses for her poor old henna curl. And when his wife said, hey now, what did you get for me? He socked her in the choppers. Such a sweet, sweet guy was he.
And her tears flowed like wine. Yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sentimental. She's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama done told her that a man is darn unkind.
How he loved the old race horses. He would bet them every day. One day he caught a winner, and the cabbage wasn't hay. He indulged in fancy spending, ordered rings, cars, and furs. But alas, alack, like a stab in the back, she found out they wasn't hers.
And her tears flowed like wine. Yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sentimental. She's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama done told her that a man is darn unkind.
He got mixed up with a Maisie. He got mixed up with a Flo. So Flo shoved him in the river. He'll not get mixed up no more. His wife then draped herself in black. That showed her figure fine. Then she cussed him out, the two-faced guy. No insurance could she find.
And her tears flowed like wine. Yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sentimental. She's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama done told her that a man is darn unkind.
When Anita O'Day left the band, Stan added a Chicago schoolgirl named Shirley Luster, who had auditioned for him. Changing her name to June Christie, notice that her first record, another big hit, by the way, recorded July of 1945, notice that this first record followed the same style as the first of his previous singers, Tampico.
Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico.
You buy a beautiful shawl, a souvenir for Aunt Flo, authentic Mexican art, made in Idaho.
Aye, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico.
The senoritas they wait when you arrive at the docks. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks.
Aye, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico.
luxury tag. You'll find that when you get home, they sell it cheaper at Saks.
I, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, down in Mexico.
Boys, hey fellas, dig that square.
I, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, down in Mexico.
Down in Mexico.
Because of the war, there was a continual turnover in the Kenton personnel by 1945, and of the original band, only Bob Gielga and Stan Kenton were draft deferred. 1945 also marked the appearance of the Kenton Band on Capitol Transcriptions, with alto sax man Boots Masuli featured on 120, recorded December 20th, 1945. The Kenton era of progressive jazz occupied 1947 and 48. From another Capitol transcription session of April 1st, 1947, here is Artistry in Harlem Swing. On June the 12th, 1948, Stan Kenton took his progressive jazz men into the famed Hollywood Bowl. 15,000 pairs of hands loudly applauded his rendition of Maquito, featuring Chico Alvarez on trumpet, Milt Bernhardt on trombone, and Jack Costanza's bongo drums. After Kenton's innovations in modern jazz, 1949 to 51, came the 52 to 55, which found the Kenton organization wildly acclaimed in Dublin, Paris, Berlin, Stockholm, Milan, Copenhagen, and Munich concerts. One of the European favorites was Swing House, featuring Lee Konitz on alto, Conti Candoli on trumpet, Frank Rossellino on trombone, and Richie Kumaku on tenor sax. Here's one of Stan Kenton's recent releases. It was written by Bobby Troup. Several years ago, in fact. Bobby made a capital recording of it at that time, and here is the Stan Kenton version of Lemon Twist. Stan Kenton's orchestra completed the 16-year cycle that began on Memorial Day, 1941, when his unknown band with a new sound opened at the Rendezvous Ballroom, Balboa. Now, operating Friday and Saturday nights as well as Sunday afternoons, is Stan Kenton's Rendezvous, Balboa. And while the musicians and the decorations are new, the address and the maestro and the old location are all the same. We want to wish Stan Kenton and his Rendezvous all the best of luck. Until next Saturday night, for our armed forces all over the world and their families, this is Andy Mansfield saying good night and thanks for listening.
America's popular music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Swing, presided over tonight by Artie Shaw and his great band of 1938 and 1939. The selections to be heard tonight were recorded from NBC radio broadcasts of the Shaw Band during those years from the Blue Room of the Hotel Lincoln and the Cafe Rouge of the Hotel Pennsylvania, which is today's Statler, New York. Here's the old familiar theme and some new words from the man who wrote it, Artie Shaw.
Hello there. This is Artie Shaw, and that's my old theme song, Nightmare, in the background. The signature with which we used to introduce and wind up our broadcasts from the Blue Room of the Hotel Lincoln and the Cafe Rouge of the Pennsylvania, which is now the Hotel Statler. The music you're about to hear was recorded from those broadcasts. And frankly, it comes as quite a thrill to me because I'd forgotten how wonderfully and with how much conviction the men in that band used to play. I really can't help feeling that all this has, in addition, a nostalgic quality, particularly for those of us who were active either as performers or listeners in that great period of the late 30s when American dance bands were making musical history. I hope you'll have as much fun listening to these records, either for the first or the 100th time, as we had making them. And incidentally, as I'm now having, hearing them again after all these years.
That'll give you a little idea of the spirit this early Artie Shaw band had. The soloists, by the way, on that tune together were Georgie Auld. He had just joined the band a short time before. Bernie Priven was in there, and George Arras, pardon me, was also there on the trombone spot. Considering that this tune was a broadcast at 7 p.m. in the evening before the band and had a chance to get warmed up. It jumps unusually well. Drummer Buddy Rich joined Artie Shaw on December 29th, 1938, and this was his first air appearance. If you listen, you can hear the typical Buddy Rich shouts of encouragement in the background, as well as Johnny Best's trumpet, Tony Pastor's impish vocal for Jeepers Creepers.
Where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those eyes? Gosh, all get up, how'd they get so lit up? Gosh, all get up, how'd they get that size? Golly gee, when you turn those heaters on, woe is me, got to put my cheaters on. Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Oh, those weavers, how they hypnotize. Where'd you get those eyes?
No wonder Artie Shaw was Benny Goodman's great competition back in that era. Here's a November 25th, 1938 broadcast recording that spotlights Artie Shaw's band vocalist of that era, a rather newcomer named Helen Forrest, singing a very relaxed vocal for My Reverie.
This love was meant to be. Only a poor fool could be lost in a whirlpool of romance, could be so cruel as you are to me. My dreams are as worthless as tin to me. this dream a reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie.
The next selection that Artie Shaw plays for you tonight from his 1938 broadcast is a tune written by another band leader named Art Castle. The tune was Sobbin' Blues. Now, you may have heard this particular number on a very early Shaw recording, and if you did, you heard it with strings. These were the days when Shaw started out that he had a string quartet and a Dixieland band combined. Artie was so fond of this arrangement, however, that he had it rescored for this band. Instead of strings, he had the four saxophonists blowing long notes, sustained harmony on their clarinets, much in the manner of a string quartet. The tenor you'll hear is, of course, blown by Tony Pastor, who also played a solo in the original record, by the way, while the exciting trombone comes from the lips and slide of George Arras, who used to be a hot fiddle player before he switched to the brass department. Here is Artie Shaw and Sobbin' Blues. Hardly anybody, I believe, realizes that Artie Shaw's band was playing a tune called In the Mood quite some time before Glenn Miller's band made it popular. Actually, this recording, this broadcast version, was made about 6 or 8 months before Glenn recorded it. The song was first submitted to Artie by its composer, Joe Garland, along with another fine instrumental called Serenade to a Savage. Well, Artie was fonder of the Savage tune, and he recorded it for Bluebird, principally because he thought In the Mood was much too long. Note that this version here, if you'll chime it, runs well over 6 minutes and that it contains many parts that are unheard of in the Miller record. What Glenn did, of course, was simply to cut out the portions which he thought were unnecessary. Well, Artie didn't bother to do that, as you will hear, although he does say that had they had LPs or EPs back in 1938, he would have undoubtedly have recorded the number. Notice the great unison effects and solos by Bernie Privin on trumpet, Artie on clarinet, and Ron Perry, the tenor man, who was shortly after this broadcast replaced by the better-known Georgie Auld. The tune, In the Mood, 1938. There is perhaps the only known recorded version of the complete In the Mood, written by Joe Garland, played by Artie Shaw at least 6 or 8 months before Glenn Miller recorded it. Now, you take this tune, Begin the Begin. It was fairly well known before Artie took it in hand, but once the Shaw version got around, the song was really made. Jerry Gray made the arrangement. Here's Artie Shaw's December 13th, 1938 broadcast version of his biggest record hit, Begin the Begin. As we continue with the Artie Shaw broadcast of 1938 and 39 with one of his greatest bands, here's the tune that was a real swinger, tune that appeared in the Blackbirds of 1928, which immediately became a jazz favorite of all bands. Still heard today, plenty, by the way. Shaw Treatment is probably the swingingest ever recorded, with credit going to the band's ensemble Drive. The tune, Dig-a-Dig-a-Doo. Here's another Artie Shaw original that he never recorded because he could never quite figure out how to cut it down to record size. Priven, Auld, Kitsis, Jenkins, most of the band's stars all respond to Buddy Rich's great rhythm on this October 20th, 1939 broadcast of Everything's Jumpin'. Now, the most famous of all jazz classics gets a great going over by Artie, whose clarinet is featured on several choruses of this arrangement and who shares honors with tenor man Georgie Auld and drummer Buddy Rich. This swinging opus was later lengthened by several minutes and served as a closer on theater dates. But you know, this rendition, I think, proves rather conclusively that Artie Shaw could play good blues, despite the assertions of some jazz experts that a guy has to have no money in the bank and nobody to love him before he can play this type of music. Listen to Artie Shaw's band broadcast St. Louis Blues. Les Robinson, handsome lad who used to catch a lot of feminine dancers' eyes, is featured on alto sax in this next tune, one of the few times that he was ever accorded a solo passage. He, by the way, was the leader of the sax section, played first alto with the Artie Shaw Band in those days, and today he's one of the most successful musicians in Hollywood studios. The happy-sounding side also has a very carefree vocal here by band vocalist Helen Forrest. The tune, I've Got My Eyes on You.
every way you're new. The way you smile, the tilt of your nose, the cut of your clothes, the moment you rose in view, I had to have you. I like your eyes so blue. I bet my heart on you. I kissed you once, I kissed you twice. To paradise I flew. I've got my eye on you.
If you think that this next arrangement sounds strangely like the style of the Jimmy Lunsford Band, you're perfectly right. The arrangement was made by Eddie Durham, who played trombone and sometimes guitar in the Lunsford outfit. Artie Shaw figured that if he could play both instruments well, he must be a good arranger, and he assigned him several numbers to write. Of course, this one sounds a good deal like the version which Cy Oliver scored for the Lunsford Band, what with its relaxed two-beat style. Soloists here are Bernie Priven on trumpet, tenor man Georgie Auld for My Blue Heaven. considering the time, 1938 and 39, when these Artie Shaw recordings were made, there's a lot of nostalgia tied up in them. For instance, on this next recording, one of his first Bluebird record sessions, Artie Shaw waxed both Nightmare, his theme, and Non-Stop Flight. Both his compositions, both arranged by him, and they were released back to back. But for some reason or other, Artie was never quite satisfied with this record of Non-Stop Flight. He thought his solo wasn't especially good, that the band just didn't seem to feel it. Maybe because it wasn't as familiar with it then as it was when it played it later on. Artie himself likes this version very much. It features some very tasty tenor saxing here by Tony Pastor, plus a brass section sound and an overall balance that's unusually good for a remote broadcast of 1938. In fact, December the 1st, 1938, when the Artie Shaw Band broadcast Non-Stop Flight. What Sing, Sing, Sing meant to Benny Goodman, the chant meant to Artie Shaw. As we close the gates to the kingdom of swing, this is Andy Mansfield inviting you to be with us again next week for another program of America's Popular Music.
America's Popular Music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood and one of the nation's largest private record collections, here is America's Popular Music with your commentator, Andy Mansfield.
Tonight's chapter of America's Popular Music will feature the swing rhythms of Artie Shaw's great band of yesterday. Selections of his that are rarely heard these days from the swing era of the 30s and the 40s. First one we're going to play for you tonight is an extended version of a familiar blues pattern in 6/8 tempo, almost a forerunner of Basie's shuffle rhythm. It was recorded for Brunswick August the 4th, 1937. The solos here are by Shaw, by Johnny Best on trumpet, Tony Pastor on tenor, Les Burness at the piano, and George Arras on trombone, all paced by Cliff Lehman's drums for the Blues March. Artie Shaw's fondness for strings was evident right from the beginning of his career. And on December 23rd, 1936, he waxed a clarinet solo, accompanied only by the string and rhythm sections of his band. The tune, Sweet Lorraine. Here's a fine ensemble of the closely knit Shaw brand of ensemble swing. Outside of Artie's short solo passages, it's the Shaw Band as a unit that shines on this September 17th, 1937 recording of It's a Long, Long Way to Tipperary. In addition to its many fine swing instrumentals, the Artie Shaw Band of the 30s could be as commercial as anyone. For example, there was a tune called I'm Yours, which Artie recorded for Brunswick October 18th, 1937. Now, from the commercial to the unusual, Artie Shaw's extended version of Summertime was almost a concert blues. Eddie Salter made the arrangement, spotlighting Roy Eldridge's trumpet, and along with Shaw's clarinet adds that certain something necessary to distinguish just an ordinary performance as really exciting. Artie Shaw's Summertime, recorded April 17th, 1945. Artie Shaw's rarely heard arrangement of Summertime, recorded in 1945. In style, the first portion of this next selection, Paul Jordan's Suite Number 8, sounds much like a Mozart string quartet. And then you'll notice a blast from Davy Tuff's drums silences the 15 strings, starts the Shaw men swinging on out for Suite Number 8. Andy Mansfield, continuing with America's popular music, tonight featuring the seldom-heard recordings of Artie Shaw and his orchestra made at the height of his career in the swing era. Let's get along now with another idea of Shaw's. In fact, strings and drums were practically a phobia with Artie, and one or the other was featured periodically in all his arrangements. Buddy Rich was the main feature of this next recording, made June 22nd, 1939. Also featured Johnny Best's trumpet, Georgie All's tenor, and Shaw's clarinet for Serenade to a Savage. On December 30th, 1937, Artie Shaw recorded one of the hit tunes from Snow White. I doubt whether the Seven Dwarfs got very much work done to its boogie beat, but Tony Pastor had a ball singing the lyrics to Whistle While You Work.
While you work, put on that grin and start right in. Whistle loud and long, just hum a merry tune. Just do your best and take a rest and just sing yourself a song. When there's too much to do, don't let it bother you. forget your trouble. Try to be just like the cheerful chickadee and whistle while you work. Light up, get smart, tune up, and start to whistle while you work.
And now in slower tempo, here's one of the hit songs of 1937, which Artie Shaw recorded September 17th. The interesting item here is that the vocalist listed as Beatrice Wayne. Later, the popular B. Wayne, of course, with Larry Clinton, singing If It's the Last Thing I Do.
I do, I'll make you mine. Darling, the first thing is you in my design. Just like the stars guard the moon above me. That's just how I'll guard our love. So love me, please love me. If it's the last thing I do, I'll take your hand. And though I won't say a word, you'll understand. I'll build a dream just for two, and then I'll make it come true. If it's the very last thing I do.
Not many people remember any tune excepting the title song from Cole Porter's Rosalie. But this was another goodie when recorded on Shaw's September 17th, 1937 date for Brunswick. Tenor sax solo here is by Tony Pastor. The scat chorus was provided by Leo Watson, you remember him? For a tune called I've a Strange New Rhythm in My Heart. Here's one of Shaw's more danceable tunes in calmer and sweeter style, which he recorded October 18, 1937. Featuring Dolores O'Neill on the vocal, this one was called Strange Loneliness. Larry Clinton wrote this next tune, which Artie Shaw also recorded on October 18th, 1937. Of course, this was the sort of thing that the collegiates used to clamor for at the Blue Room of New York's Hotel Lincoln. A tune called Let Her Go. Here's an early Shaw recording that was made June the 11th, 1936, when the personnel not only included a string quartet, but also Tony Zimmer's tenor sax. That was before the last name was changed to Pastor, of course. There was Fudgy McGrath at the piano, and guitar vocalist Wes Vaughn. He's the one who sang I Used to Be Above Love.
been missing. Oh, fool that I was. There's heaven in kissing. Kiss me and then let's try it again. I used to be above love, no chills up and down my spine. But since meeting you, I love, you've made it divine.
The spotlight for this December 4th, 1940 Shaw recording rests first on the perfect saxophone blend provided by Robinson, Plum, Basie, and Jerome, and then it shifts to Vern Brown's trombone, and finally on the 9 strings, all of them against the steady rhythm of Nick Fatul's drums for This Is Romance. As we close the gates to the Kingdom of Swing, this is Andy Mansfield inviting you to be with us again next week for another program of America's Popular Music.
America's Popular Music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood and one of the nation's largest private record collections, here is America's Popular Music with your commentator, Andy Mansfield.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Swing, presided over tonight by Glenn Gray and the Casa Loma Band, one of the most popular recording orchestras of the 30s and 40s. Smoke rings. For many years, the familiar identifying radio signature of Glenn Gray and the Casa Loma Orchestra. This first and most successful of all cooperative bands had its beginning in Detroit, Michigan, as a Gene Goldkett unit called the Orange Blossoms. In 1929, the Orange Blossoms became the Casa Loma Orchestra Incorporated, with Glenn Gray as president, saxophonist, and leader, and taking its name from an old Toronto, Canada castle, which had been rebuilt as a hotel, and where they played a brief engagement. One of their biggest record hits was written in 1930 by the band's top arranger and guitarist, Gene Gifford, and recorded first for Brunswick, then for Victor, and finally Decca in 1937. Listen for solos by Pee Wee Hunt on trombone, Pat Davis on tenor sax, Sonny Dunham's trumpet, and Clarence Hutchinrider's clarinet for Casa Loma Stomp. Banjo guitarist Gene Gifford established the familiar Casa Loma sound with his many fine arrangements. Notice the low register voicing on this 1933 Victor recording of Dardanella with its brilliant Grady Watts trumpet solo. While the influence of the Casa Loma Band was great in the pre-swing era, it lost its potency as a jazz organization long about 1932. On the other hand, its Decca records sold well up into the millions. Here's a fine example of the Casa Loma's swing on this 12-inch recording, which was made for Decca in 1937. It's also a good example of the doubling its members were capable of, for you'll hear a quartet of trombones headed by Murray McCachran, along with Pee Wee Hunt, Billy Rauch, and Sonny Dunham for Sleepy Time Gal. When Decca Records came into existence in 1934, one of the first bands to be signed was the Casa Loma. These boys were playing swing long before the term even originated and turned out little gems like Chinatown, My Chinatown in the early 30s. On the Casa Loma's first recording date for Brunswick in March of 1931, they waxed an up-tempoed version of a standard that still ranks as a classic today. Loaded with solos by Pat Davis on sax, Pee Wee Hunt, vocal and trombone, Joe Horse Hall at the piano, Joe Hostetter on trumpet, and Clarence Hutchinrider on clarinet, here's a rare recording of Put On Your Old Gray Bonnet.
Put on your old gray bonnet with blue ribbons on it, and we'll hit old Dobbin to the shade. Over fields of clover we will drive to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hit your old Dobbin to the shade. Over fields of clover we will drive to Dover on our golden wedding day.
Gene Gifford's arranging touch is very apparent in this next Casa Loma Decca recording of 1936. Again, its low register sax figures lend color to the brasses on that very first ensemble, with Davis and Hutchenrider the soloists for Rose of the Rio Grande. Band leader Larry Clinton wrote a series of studies in color back in the mid-30s that were unusually well accepted as dance instrumentals. There was a study in red, there was a study in blue, and here's the Casa Loma's 1937 Decca recording of A Study in Brown. Of the many band vocalists of the swing era, none was more popular than Casa Loma's Kenny Sargent, who sang and played alto sax with the band during its entire cooperative existence. Here's Kenny's biggest hit, For You, recorded for Decca in 1937.
I will gather stars out of the blue for you, for you. I'll make a string of pearls out of the dew for you. All over the highway and over the street, carpets of clover I lay at your feet. Oh, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. Nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you.
Continuing with the great Casa Loma band of yesterday, on their last Brunswick recording session before joining Decca in 1932, they cut one of their best of a long line of standards, featuring solos by Hutchenrider, Dunham, and Hunt. Here's Milenberg Joys, or, if you happen to be from New Orleans, Milneburg. By 1940, the Casa Loma Band was known from coast to coast by its radio programs and its Decca records like When Buddha Smiles, featuring Billy Rauch's trombone, Hutchinrider's clarinet, and Dunham's trumpet. Hoagie Carmichael was the Casa Lomans' favorite composer, and their book contained everything that Mr. C wrote. Here's Hoagie singing his famous Washboard Blues, recorded with the Casa Loma Band for Decca in 1939.
Morning comes with cloudy skies and rain. My poor back is broke with pain. My man sleeping, eyes are rubbing, chillin', weeping, clothes are tubbing, pains are creeping, eyes are drubbing all day long. Up to the washing soap, down to the water once more. Head down low, head low. Up to the washing soap, down to the water once more. Four hands go. So weary of scrubbing, days dreary. So weary of tubbing them clothes. Up to the washing soap and down to the water once more. Washboard blues never get me gone from here. Scrubbing dirty clothes all year. It's them clothes raggedy clothes, and musty clothes, and dirty clothes. That's all I know. Up and down, back and forth, all year long. Oh, Lordy, won't you hear my song? Hear my song. Going down to the river someday. Hurry day, hurry. Going to the river, going down to the river someday. Throw myself away. Going down to the river someday. Hurry day, hurry day, hurry day, hurry.
A great asset of the Casa Loma band was its prolific doubling of instruments. They could have a quartet of trombones, a sextet of trumpets, or a quintet of baritone saxes, depending on the effect arranger Gifford wanted to achieve. You'll hear much of this doubling on their 1935 recording of Chant of the Jungle. Of the many fine solos contributed by Sonny Dunham to records during his association with the Casa Loma band, none ever reached the popularity in style and presentation of this next recording. Arranged as a showcase for Sonny's brilliant trumpet, here's the Casa Loma's 1937 Decca recording of Memories of You. World War II came along, after 12 years of no changes in its personnel, the Casa Lomans started to leave. Glenn Gray kept the band going with replacements until 1950. And then, with all the original members gone, he decided on a well-earned retirement, packed up all the great arrangements, and took them home with him to Plymouth, Massachusetts. Late in 1956, Capitol Records asked Glenn Gray to come to Hollywood and again record, so that the younger generation could discover what we of the older ones so fondly remember. With him came a trunk full of original dog-eared Casa Loma arrangements which needed only Hollywood musicians to bring them to life, with a personnel consisting of Klein, Schirach, and Gazzo, the trumpets, Howard, McCachern, Zentner, and Benson, the trombones, Russin, Bavona, Gentry, Herford, and Nash, the saxes, and Reuben, Van Epps, Sherman, and Fatul, the rhythm. Here's the new Casa Loma band playing the 20-year-old arrangement of Gene Gifford's No Name Jive. As we close the gates to the Kingdom of Swing, this is Andy Mansfield inviting you to be with us again next week for another program of America's Popular Music.
America's Popular Music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Presenting America's Popular Music with Andy Mansfield, well-known record reviewer and owner of one of the nation's largest private record collections. And now, featuring selections from his rich musical store of record collector's items, here is Andy Mansfield with America's Popular Music.
Thank you. There's an old saying that you never miss the water till the well runs dry. And I think this is pretty much the case with the late Sidney Bechet. Ever since he passed away not too long ago, we've been receiving requests for Bechet's records, much more so than we had ever done before. And we thought today we'd sort of try and pay up these requests. Let you hear this man who rose from out the Creole section of New Orleans with the traditional jazz pioneers and then seemed to be forgotten. And when once he was forgotten, at least so he thought, he went to France and settled down to live the rest of his days. But here, they don't forget traditional jazz musicians, as we're wont to do here in America, and soon Sidney Bechet was the top jazz man of Paris, that is, in the traditional vein. And so tonight, let's pay a much belated tribute to the late Sidney Bechet. And we believe his French recordings, since this is where he made much of his success, we'll select recordings that were made in France. In fact, were made at the Jazz Festival concert in Paris in 1952. We're not going to do any more talking than is necessary tonight because we want to listen along with you and appreciate the jazz artistry of this man. Soprano sax, mostly, and clarinet, secondly. So now, let's turn back the clock to Paris, France, 1952, to the Jazz Festival concert, when the announcer introduced him.
Sidney Bechet!
Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, Frankie and Johnny.
Yes, they love Bechet in France, in Paris especially. Listening to these recordings, which were made at a jazz festival concert over there in 1952, it's interesting to note the reaction when Bechet announces the title of his next selection. Some of them, they don't know the English translation of the songs. They don't know just exactly what the tune's going to be. But this next one coming up, I'm sure they all knew, because listen as Sidney Bechet announces his next song and listen to the reaction from the audience.
St. Louis Blues. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, September Song.
I was interested to know just how many of the great jazz authorities felt about Sidney Bechet and his musicianship or jazz feeling or whatever you'd like to call it. And I believe that Leonard Feather perhaps contributed the most timely and the most fitting. Leonard Feather says, Sidney Bechet's death as an expatriate is a bitter reminder of some of the paradoxes of jazz history. For many years, he was confined to obscure jobs unworthy of his abilities, and for a while even had to quit the music business entirely. It was only after a legend built around him had taken firm roots overseas that he was able to gain, mainly in France, the recognition and material reward he had been denied in his own country. Some of those who were most vocal in mourning him were among the most reluctant, not too many years ago, in hiring him. Although the sound of Bechet's soprano saxophone was never one to my personal taste, I admired him greatly as a clarinetist, respected his musicianship, and deeply regret his passing. That was Leonard Feather's comment when we asked about Sidney Bechet. You know, it's interesting to know what different people think of the same person. For instance, when I contacted George Heffer, who was associate editor in New York of Downbeat magazine, about Bechet, his reply was, well, when Sidney Bechet sang out on his soprano saxophone, he was an entire band by himself. His New Orleans clarinet style, with long, slow, melodic phrases, was combined with a fast lead trumpet effect when playing the heavier voiced soprano. He was a pioneer and original jazz man for almost 50 years. As a man, he was a soft-spoken, highly sensitive holdover from a more colorful and glamorous New Orleans of the past. And then there was John S. Wilson, jazz connoisseur, who said that Bechet was one of those rare jazz virtuosi who, building on a familiar idiom, in his case, the warm, flowing manner common to most New Orleans clarinetists, created a style that was so personal and so original that it was immediately recognizable. When he was playing purposefully, few musicians have been able to match the compelling emotional intensity which is represented in Sidney Bechet at his best. Now let's continue with the jazz concert of Bechet's.
Et morceau qui me donne beaucoup de souvenirs dans les rues d'Artie.
This is Andy Mansfield with America's Popular Music, continuing tonight with a much belated tribute to the late Sidney Bechet, due to the many requests, letters from the armed forces overseas and in this country, for this traditional and legendary man with the horn, the straight soprano sax and the clarinet. We checked with some of the jazz authorities to get their opinions of Bechet, and they were very interesting indeed. For instance, Martin Williams, who is co-editor of the Jazz Review, said, of the many jazz musicians to come out of New Orleans, Sidney Bechet has, next to Louis Armstrong, the most widespread respect among both musicians and listeners. Not only did his work show several important reed men of the 30s which way to turn in forming their styles, but he continued to receive the admiration of younger musicians in all styles throughout the 40s and 50s. I think that it was chiefly by combining the earlier roles of both the clarinet and trumpet that he achieved a freedom and flexibility in improvising. But the essence of his work was, like that of New Orleans jazz in general, to show what jazz had to say, what kind of content this music could carry. And if you want to get to the basis of that nearly universal emotional message, listen to Bechet play the blues, any blues. I believe that it was one night many years ago, watching Bechet play and realizing that everything, the man, the instrument, the melodies, the emotion, had by some secret process become an artistic whole, integrated and indivisible, that I first came to know what music really is. And that tribute was from Martin Williams, who is co-editor of Jazz Review. Now let's continue with the Jazz Festival concert in Paris, France of 1952 with Sidney Bechet announcing his selections.
Et maintenant, oui, with high society.
Bert Corral, who's one of the co-editors of Jazz Word, says that Sidney Bechet was a leader, a legend and influence in his own time. In on the early earthy rumblings of jazz, he developed an expressive personal style on clarinet and soprano sax, most beguiling in its rhythmic aspect. Sometimes overly lush and repetitious, Bechet more than compensated listeners when at his swinging best, playing the music of his choice with musicians of stature. The sound of Bechet, a matter of controversy among critics, will be missed. perhaps most of all in his adopted country, France. And also from the Jazz Word, another co-editor, Dom Cerulli, he says that Bechet's growth and talent were a parallel to the history of jazz. He took a rather thankless instrument, made it a legitimate, if highly personal, vehicle of jazz expression. And like most jazz greats, he belonged mainly to jazz as an art form, rather than to jazz as a specific area, such as traditional or modern. His greatest contribution, I think, was his singing lyrical quality. His contribution to jazz has been a significant one. Two opinions from two of the co-editors of the Jazz Word. And now as we continue, here's a tune which we in America got to know just a matter of a few months ago. Bechet was playing it years ago. Here he is to introduce it.
Et le second morceau, Petite Fleur.
It's been very interesting and enlightening, I imagine, to many people to hear the late Sidney Bechet in one of his greatest early personal appearances in his adopted country, France. And now let's continue with more from the Jazz Festival concert, which was held in Paris, which featured Bechet in 1952.
Et maintenant, I found a new baby.
We hope you've enjoyed tonight's tribute to the late Sidney Bechet as he played the Jazz Festival concert in Paris, France in 1952. And now until next week, this is Andy Mansfield saying good night and thanks for listening.
America's popular music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
All right, boys, this time let's do it with the tape machine running, shall we? Well, of course, these are the sounds that if you had opened a time capsule, which had been planted or sealed long back in the 20s, you might hear. Music of the California Ramblers. You might want to listen to these records tonight to enjoy the early efforts of the early jazz men or to recall the days when you, too, could do a mean Charleston. You may just want to hear, maybe for the first time, the authentic musical sounds of the good old days when Babe Ruth and Jack Dempsey were champions, when Lindbergh was just getting around to crossing the Atlantic, and the stock market hadn't yet gotten around to crashing. Whatever your reasons, there's fun here tonight for all. And if you feel an irresistible urge to get up and dance and try that Charleston once more, don't let it worry you. Sacroiliac won't get out of place, and this is what this music was intended for.
Well, there's music that should really take you back to the Charleston era, and one of the great bands that made it so. The California Ramblers, a very versatile band, and one of the first of the big bands that played jazz as they knew it and as they felt it back in those early days in New York. In this particular band, if there were some sounds that you thought sounded familiar in the personnel, you're probably right, because this band had both Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey. It had Red Nichols. You probably heard Red's cornet going in there. It had Adrian Rollini on bass sax, Irving Brodsky at the piano. Stan King was the drummer and a real great man. And in the sax section, Arnold Brillhart was in there, and Freddie Cusick, sometimes Bobby Davis. Ed Kirkeby was the leader. And this was the music which really set the pace. These boys were recording under I don't know how many different names, under just as many labels, back in the mid-20s. Now let's listen to their version of their original version. These are not recreated. These are the original recordings. Let's listen to the California Ramblers playing 5'2" Eyes of Blue.
I'm sure you recognized Jimmy's loping alto sax solo in that one, and of course Tommy's trombone, which in that era hadn't yet quite arrived at the smooth, suave, sweet solos that we came to expect from his later recordings. Also, the vocalists. The vocalists were Jones and Hare, Billy Jones and Ernie Hare, the Happiness Boys on that one. Crazy words, crazy tune. Now here's a tune. Crazy words, crazy tune. It sure is. And coming right up, right at you. Another vocal on this one, too. So let's listen to it.
All that you'll ever hear him croon is bo-do-de-o, bo-do-do-de-o-do. Bo-do-do sits around all night long, sings the same words to every song. Bo-do-de-o, bo-do-do-de-o-do. His ukulele daily, how he'll strum, bum-bum-bum, vampin' and dampin', and then he hollers black bottom, crazy words, crazy tune. He'll be driving me crazy soon with his bo-do-de-o, bo-do-do-de-o-do.
Crazy words, crazy tune. By the way, that was the leader, Ed Kirkaby, doing the vocal there with the band coming in on the side. These boys really love making tunes like this into top hits. A song that was written by two of the top songwriters of the 20s, Jackie Allen and Milton Ager. Here's another favorite of the 20s. I'm sure you'll recognize this one, too.
right next to Mabel. Clap hands, here comes Charlie. Clap hands, good time Charlie. Clap hands, here comes Charlie now. Here comes Charlie. Good time Charlie. Here comes Charlie now. This way, meet the dollies. I say, Ziegfeld follies. Hey, hey, Charlie meets a frown. See the smile on all those hungry faces? Why, they can tell that he's a buyer from the wide and open spaces. Clap hands, here comes Charlie. Good time, Charlie. Clap hands, here comes Charlie now.
Now here's a different attack, a different style of music. What we've been listening to has been many of the top hits, the popular hits of the day. But there were times when the Ramblers liked to also record things which perhaps weren't as well known. They were instrumental or strictly jazz things. Here's one of them, Jelly Roll Morton's Sidewalk Blues.
Sidewalk Blues of Jelly Roll Morton, as played by the California Ramblers of the 1924 to 28 era. These are the original recordings, by the way. They're not recreations, as I imagine you have recognized by now. It also marked the time when Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey had only recently arrived from their stint with the Scranton Sirens and began to play in the big time. On this next one I think you'll recognize, a tune called Clementine. The leader, Ed Kirkby, is the one who handles the vocal on this one. Clementine, or Clementine, from New Orleans.
Here comes Miss Clementine, that baby from New Orleans. She's only 17, but what a queen, oh my. She has those flashing eyes, the kind that hypnotize. And when she rolls them, pal, just kiss your gal goodbye. And oh, when she starts dancing, she plays a mean castanet, you won't forget I mean. Down in that Creole town are wonderful gals around, but none like Clementine from New Orleans.
Yes,
the world has grown a great deal older since the days and nights when flappers looked and dressed something like a John Hell Jr. illustration. And it has been a very long time, we think, since young men carried hip flasks and since lots of people believe that every day in every way I'm getting better and better. And for those who do remember the era of sheiks and flappers, and maybe even for those who only know it at secondhand from books or movies or old photographs, about such things as, well, raccoon coats and yellow slickers, riding in a Stutz Bearcat. Remember the Stutz Bearcats? Oh, boy. There's a wonderful nostalgia associated with that time, and we believe that it carries over into the music. You know, those Roaring '20s were supposed to be a pretty wicked time with their bootleg gin and petting parties and all those gals with the bobbed hair and the Cupid's bow lips. But actually, when you stop and think about it, it was far less tense and nerve-jangling than these times that we're in today. Its music had a happy-go-lucky vododeo quality that just fitted in perfectly. For instance, listen to this tune, a tune called Up and Atom, which saxman Jack Pettis turned out as a great instrumental back in the 20s. This next tune coming up is a tune called Third Rail. It was written by Vern DeMars. Early in 1929, I believe it was, I had recorded this tune with a group called the Cotton Pickers on the Jeanette label, and I'd never gotten a copy of this recording. I tried to find one every place. I said, I guess I couldn't have sold very many. And finally, just about a year ago, out of a clear sky, I had a telephone call from the composer who lives now in Sunland, California. And he told me that he had a copy of this recording, that he had put it on tape, and did I want a copy of the original? Well, naturally, I was very glad to get it because you can't hardly find these old ones anymore, you know. So I was especially glad when I ran across another copy of the same tune as played by the California Ramblers. I noticed that they played it pretty much as we did, outside of the fact that they had about twice as many men as we did. And here's the Ramblers' recording of Third Rail. Here's a tune which first made its appearance in a Broadway musical. The ever-popular tune, Manhattan, which, by the way, launched the young songwriting team of Rodgers and Hart back in 1925 in a revue called The Garrick Gaieties. You'll notice there are quite a lot of New York tunes woven into this one, so this was no cut-and-paste arrangement. This was written completely from the first note to the last. California Ramblers playing Manhattan. If you're judging by nothing else than the tempos of these tunes, you can tell that the boisterous 20s was a wildly exuberant age with dance music to match. Had its share of dancing gals who Charleston madly to numbers like these. And it also had its share of well, I guess we'd call it corn today. Listen to the vocal refrain of The Flapper Wife by the California Ramblers. But then notice that just as quickly as this is over and gone, the band cuts loose right again, building it right up again. The Flapper Wife.
My flapper wife, joy of my life, day and night you'll find me pining. Storm clouds have a golden lining. When I know you're mine, I love you, wonderful girl, glorious girl, dreaming of your arms entwining. I'm in a whirl, oh my girl, glory of my flapper wife.
Here's another of the tunes that I'm sure you'll remember. It's still being heard today. But this was the original recording of this song, a tune written by Yellen and Pollock. The title, Cheatin' on Me.
on me, cheating on me. You're not the kind of a sweetheart I hoped you'd be. I trusted you, thought you'd be true. My love was so strong that I went along, never dreaming you told me wrong. Love is a game and I played on the square, but you're the kind who can never play fair. I may forgive, but sure as you live, someday you're gonna be sorry you cheated on me.
We hope you've enjoyed these vintage recordings tonight by the California Ramblers Band of the mid-20s. We'd also like to know whether you care for this era or not, or whether you'd like the later swing and early jazz eras. We'd like to hear from you all over the world, wherever you may be hearing this program. We want to bring you what you want to hear. And so, until next week, along about this same time, we're going to sign off now with the California Ramblers playing their frantic arrangement of Garden in Sweden.
America's popular music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tonight's chapter of America's popular music is going to be a nostalgic one, I'll promise you that. And in a way, it was planned primarily for one man. But we did think there would be interest enough there to many of the other listeners who would enjoy it. And so we'd like to read you this letter that we received from Colonel Robert J. Lawler, the Office of the U.S. Commander in Berlin, Germany. He says, "Dear friends, yesterday morning, Armed Forces Network Berlin carried one of your Turn Back the Clock programs that was of particular interest to me. I'm sure that you, knowing the nature of a rabid fan, will understand this brief account of my interest and the following request. I have been a fanatic about the Coon-Sanders original Nighthawk Orchestra and the later Coon-Sanders bands ever since the early 20s. My collection of their Victor records was burned when the Japanese bombed Corregidor early in World War II. Since my return from the Far East in late 1945, I have looked for any and all of the Coon-Sanders records, particularly in Washington, New York, and Columbus, Ohio, but to no avail. Your program yesterday morning with Yes, Sir, That's My Baby was the nearest I have come to any of these records, which I believe went out of print long about 1933. I immediately called the program director of the Berlin station, and he suggested that I write to you and inquire as to the possibility of your taping the Coon-Sanders records for my personal and non-commercial use. In any event, I thank you for a fine program and for giving me the thrill of hearing, for the first time in 17 years, the best band of the 20s. Signed, Colonel Robert J. Lawler, Office of the U.S. Commander, Berlin." Well, this was a very fine request because it brought to mind this great band, the first band, in fact, that was made by radio and by radio alone. Radio claims the Coon-Sanders Band, Carlton Coon and Joe Sanders, as its own. And so let's listen, as perhaps the Colonel may have, back in the 20s on his crystal set, when coming out of the loudspeaker horn, or on his crystal set by headphones, he might have heard something like this. of the original Kansas City Nighthawks, their orchestra. This orchestra, strictly a product of Kansas City, came into existence, I would judge, about 1918 or 19. Two young fellas, Joe Sanders, the old left-hander, piano player, and Carlton Coon, the old right-hander and drummer. They organized this band, and their recording activities were a little bit curtailed because the boys very rarely got out of Kansas City. Here's one of their recordings, which also came out about the same time as the Nighthawk Blues. The tune, Red Hot Mama. Well, there's some memories of the old megaphone recording days. Recording made in 1924 of Red Hot Mama by the famous Coon-Sanders Nighthawk Orchestra. Actually, the boys made one record before they became well-known by means of radio. This recording was made in 1920. It was made on the old blue label Columbia, and it was a tune called Some Little Bird, and it was recorded by the Coon-Sanders Novelty Orchestra. Coon-Sanders record, Some Little Bird, which they recorded in 1920. Notice how the band improved in style, in arrangements, in musicians, in every way. By 1925, this was really the top white band of Kansas City. By now, they were doubling between the Hotel Muhlenbach, where they played for dances, and the Main Street Theater there, which was a picture presentation house that once listed Joan Crawford as one of the chorus. Here is the Coon-Sanders recording with Carlton Coon singing the vocal, 1925. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Coon-Sanders Orchestra of 1925 playing Yes, Sir, That's My Baby. Well, it was long about this time that the famous Nighthawks, Kansas City Nighthawks, came into existence. It came about by means of the byplay, I guess you'd call it, between Joe Sanders at the piano and Carlton Coon, the drums. They were always shouting something back and forth to each other, and in between dances, at the Muhlenbach in particular, they had a dummy microphone sitting there on the piano, and Joe Sanders, of course, used to pretend like he was on the air and make the people a member of they had this Kansas City Nighthawk group. This was an organization that to become a member, you had to call up or send them a telegram and tell them you were listening on the radio, and you'd heard them, and could you be a member of the Kansas City Nighthawks? And so Joe would call back and forth to decide whether they'd make him a member, and this is how it came into being. Then later on, it developed into a full-scale radio production. It was a late evening show. People from all over the nation were dialing toward WDAF in Kansas City to hear the Kansas City Nighthawks.
Later on, the merry old chief, who was the head of the organization, the merry old chief was Leo Fitzpatrick, one-time manager of WJR in Detroit, and then with WJAR in Buffalo. But this was the start of the Kansas City Nighthawks, and it was long about this time that the reputation started building and building until finally a new booking organization known as the MCA, or Music Corporation of America, came into existence. Well, it was only natural that the Coon-Sanders band should be one of the first that they should undertake, because by means of radio, this band was known all over the United States. They were no strangers when they came into a town to play a dance hall for one night, or whether they played at some hotel for a week. Everybody knew the band. And one of the first to become acquainted with the band and took them out of Kansas City for their first tour out on the road was a man named Taft Schreiber, who served as tour manager for the Music Corporation of America. We're awfully happy to have a telegram here from Taft. He said, it's good to hear the Coon-Sanders band again, and it takes me back many years to the time when I was MCA's tour manager with the band. Regards, Taft Schreiber. I'm sure many will remember Taft from the early days of MCA, still in the MCA fold here in Beverly Hills. We want to thank him for this wire. But now let's get going with the Kansas City Nighthawks Orchestra, Coon-Sanders, a tune recorded in 1926, Everything's Gonna Be All Right. Joe Sanders on the vocal.
Nothing else but you, everything's gonna be all right. Trouble shouldn't make us blue, other people have them too, everything's gonna be all right. If things go good or bad, it's all the same to us, we should fuss, fortunes are made overnight. Cost of living's high, we know, the more it costs, the more we owe, everything's gonna be all right.
Everything's Gonna Be All Right. The famous Kansas City Nighthawks Orchestra, headed by Carlton Coon and Joe Sanders. Here's another one of their popular tunes of that era, the 1926. Again, it's Joe Sanders on the vocal, a tune called I Need Lovin'. I Need Lovin'. Well, the boys were an instant success when they took the Nighthawks band out on the road under the MCA banner. And in Clinton, Iowa, at a dance hall, a one-nighter, here was the tune that they really loved. An instrumental written by Freddie Rose, which was called Deep Henderson, and which the boys recorded in 1926.
Continuing with tonight's chapter of America's popular music, featuring the famous Coon-Sanders Nighthawk Orchestra of the 20s and 30s, especially for one man, primarily, one man in Berlin, Colonel Lawler, in the office of the U.S. Commander. He lost his entire Coon-Sanders collection of records on Corregidor. He's been wanting to hear these for a long, long time, and we thought we'd let some of the rest of you in on it, because we think, especially the old-timers who used to dial in on your crystal sets to listen to this band out of Kansas City, would bring back many pleasant memories. Or perhaps you danced to their music when you were young at some of the many one-nighters that they were booked on by MCA. I was once upon a time with an MCA band, and the favorite saying was, of course, join the MCA and see the world through a train window. But nevertheless, they kept us working all the time, that's for sure. The Coon-Sanders band could play sweet as well as hot. Here is their interpretation of an Indian love song, with Joe Sanders handling the vocal, the tune Moon Deer. This next tune coming up by the Coon-Sanders Band has a very familiar title because I had recorded the same tune with another MCA band headed by Ray Miller's orchestra. And after listening to this recording of the very same thing, I can understand why the Coon-Sanders Orchestra record outsold our record. Here's Is She My Girlfriend with Joe Sanders on the vocal.
Another tune long about that same era was a tune called Mine, All Mine. This is another one that features the harmony vocalizing of both Carlton Coon and Joe Sanders, the famous Coon-Sanders Nighthawk Orchestra of 1928, playing Mine, All Mine.
want you to know that you're mine, all mine. Get a load of those two dimples, her kisses taste like wine. Oh, ho-do-do-do, I want you to know that she's mine, all mine. And if she didn't have a cent to her name, that wouldn't matter, I still love her the same. But her dad has lots of money, it'll all be hers in time. Oh, ho-do-do-do, that big load of dough will be mine, all mine.
It wasn't too long. In fact, it was about 1929 when they played their first New York engagement at the Hotel New Yorker. I would love to have been there on the night when they opened. I can imagine this was real fine, especially when both Carlton Coon and Joe Sanders sang the lyrics to Stay Out of the South. Stay Out of the South, Coon-Sanders and the famous Kansas City Nighthawk Orchestra. In 1931, after being partners in a band for many, many years, drummer Carlton Coon passed away. The old right-hander was gone, and the old left-hander, Joe Sanders, took over the band at this point. Almost prophetically, the first recording without Joe was a tune called What a Life. And so Joe Sanders took over the Coon-Sanders Orchestra. Joe Sanders and his orchestra still under the MCA banner, doing real well both for his agents and for himself. Many one-nighters, prosperous one-nighters. The one-nighters all the way from Cedar Rapids to Mahanoy City, Pennsylvania, back up in the mountains. And this was the song, the theme that heralded the Joe Sanders music on the air.
a snowstorm into my arms. You came along one day. Out of a snowstorm, you and your charms melted my heart away. I can't forget that wintry day we met. It may have been 90 below, but the cold seemed a thing apart. Suddenly spring was in my heart when I found a rose in the snow. We met head on, and presto, snow was gone. The cold wintry wind ceased to blow. Cupid drew back his little string. Suddenly birds began to sing when I found a rose in the snow. How strange that you and I collided right in front of heaven's door. My fate was then and there decided, for then I knew it must have been you that I'd waited for. So there I stood, a dumb thing made of wood. My mind worked exceedingly slow, but my heart seemed to realize love had taken me by surprise when I found a rose in the snow.
I Found a Rose in the Snow, the opening radio theme of Joe Sanders and his orchestra. And so we come to the end of a nostalgic band. The Coon-Sanders Orchestra, the original Kansas City Nighthawks, which was made a success primarily by radio. Today, Joe Sanders has retired due to failing eyesight, once more back in Kansas City. But I'm sure there are many, many radio listeners who remember this theme of Joe Sanders.
America's popular music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now from Hollywood and one of the nation's largest private record collections, here's America's popular music with your commentator, Andy Mansfield.
It's the 1 o'clock jump, theme melody of the band that never stopped swinging since it started over 20 years ago, Count Basie and his orchestra. William Count Basie is a Kansas Citian by adoption, for he was born August 21st, 1906, and started his music career as a drummer in Red Bank, New Jersey. As a pianist with a road show in the late 20s, Bill found himself stranded in KC, where he played piano in silent movie houses. Later, he played with Walter Page's Blue Devils, and finally the Tops, Benny Moten's orchestra, with whom he recorded Lafayette in 1932. Basie took over the band after Benny Moten's death in 1935. And from this group, known as Jones Smith Incorporated, came the Count Basie Quintet, with its personnel consisting of Count Basie at the piano, Joe Jones on drums, Carl Smith trumpet, Lester Young tenor sax, and Walter Page bass. Here's their first Vocalion recording of October 9th, 1936, Shoeshine Boy. Lady Be Good, made at that same session 22 years ago, features a very meaty solo by Lester Young in the style that many other later tenor men were to imitate, plus some nice trumpet here by Carl Smith, and of course, those choice Basie piano passages for Lady Be Good. Jumping at the Woodside was written by Count Basie in 1936 when a much bigger band was rehearsing at that New York hotel. His August the 22nd, 1938 recording featured Earl Warren's lead alto, Buck Clayton's muted trumpet, Lester Young's tenor, and of course Herschel Evans' clarinet for Jumpin' at the Woodside. Here's a great Basie big band head arrangement that was dreamed up on the spot and which turned out to be one of Basie's best of 1938. That'll be Young on the intro, followed by Clayton's horn. And of course, the Count's piano interlude is one of his best on wax, and the band swings mightily against great rhythm for this original recording of Every Tub. recorded October 13th, 1937, is another great Basie arrangement. It features some fine Waller-type Basie piano and a trombone solo with Benny Morton at his remarkable and amazing best. Bill Basie was given the name Count by a Kansas City radio announcer one night when he was broadcasting from the old Reno Club. The announcer had heard about Goodman, the king of swing. He'd heard about the Duke of Ellington. And so he announced the next number, with the music world so full of royalty. Here is Count Basie and his orchestra playing Doggin' Around. Continuing with the Count Basie story, Lester Leaps In is a tune that'll always be associated with Basie's great tenor man, Lester Young. This is the original recording of the tune, made in September 1939, when Count Basie's Kansas City 7 personnel was composed of Wells, Young, Clayton, Basie, Green, Page, and Jones. Lester Leaps In. One of the fine Count Basie piano solos with his great rhythm section is Red Wagon. Note especially the Count's use of repeated notes in the middle chorus, and of course the familiar walking bass of Walter Page for Red Wagon. Roseland Shuffle was another early Basie composition, written when he made his first appearance in the East at the famous Roseland Ballroom just off Times Square in New York, and which the Count recorded June 22nd, 1937. In addition to being one of Count Basie's most relaxed and lovely melodies, Blue and Sentimental was always the standard showcase for the late Herschel Evans' warm, emotional tenor sound. On this June 6, 1938 recording, the growl trumpet is by Big Ed Lewis, who, by the way, played first trumpet, but he played very little jazz. And, of course, the clarinet is Lester Young's. Basie's waxing of Cherokee, recorded February 2nd, 1939, filled both sides of a 10-inch disc, featuring solos by Young, Morton, and, of course, Basie. The familiar sounding, flaring Derby brass sounds were later adopted by Glenn Miller from his favorite band, Count Basie's. Today, after more than 20 years, the Basie Band is still swinging as it did of old, and of course it's establishing new records wherever it appears. In its personnel of 5 sax, 4 trumpets, 3 trombones, and 4 rhythm, only the Count and guitarist Freddie Green represent the old original organization. Of course, that means the others are young. They're newcomers, but they seem to have grasped the basic Basie idea from the Kid from Red Bank, or what used to be known as Red Bank Boogie. Kid from Red Bank. And he's come a long way, this man, Count Basie. We have just one more Basie original in closing this tribute to him.
As we close the gates to the kingdom of swing, this is Andy Mansfield inviting you to be with us again next week for another program of America's Popular Music.
America's Popular Music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood and one of the nation's largest private record collections, here is America's Popular Music with your commentator, Andy Mansfield.
Thank you. What do you say we have a little Dixieland tonight? The Dukes of Dixieland, one of the most successful, commercially and otherwise, of the new crop of Dixieland bands. We say new crop as distinguished from the old traditional masters of New Orleans. These are comparative youngsters. This is the newer generation of Dixieland. So let's hear the Dukes of Dixieland. Now, this was the original group as they first recorded in 1951. I think you'll hear the leader, one of the Asunto brothers, Frankie, the trumpet man. Frankie will introduce the other members of this band as they play the old traditional When the Saints Come Marching In.
When the saints come marching in, I want to be in that number, yes. Now here comes Brother Pete Fountain down the aisle with his clarinet. I said when the stars don't shine no more, I want to be in that number, yes. Now here comes Brother Freddie down the aisle with his trombone playing.
The backbone of the Dukes of Dixieland is the old Italian family of Assunto from New Orleans. In fact, back there, the band is better known as the Assunto family and their friends. Freddie, trombone man, Brother Frank on trumpet, and here in these later years, Papa Jack, trombone and banjo joined the outfit. The story of this group actually began about 1947 when Frankie and Freddie were still in high school. Boys would get together with friends after school, and they'd play jazz, for which New Orleans was famous. And, of course, they called themselves at one time the Basin Street 4, 5, or 6, depending on the number of friends that they could round up after school for a session. And this is the way the boys got started. Their first professional experience came in 1948 when they were hired to play weekends at a seafood bar on the outskirts of New Orleans. And when they heard that Horace Heidt was going to bring his talent hunt radio show to town, they determined to try for prize in this outfit, a chance to tour with the Horace Heidt Band. Well, they rehearsed furiously with a 7-piece group, and it included young Pete Fountain, who was later to make his name with the Lawrence Welk Band, and the Junior Dixieland Jazz Band, as they were first billed for the audition, did win first place, and they did tour with Horace Heidt for 6 weeks. And it just made lifetime professional musicians out of the boys, and they returned to New Orleans to join the Union, to buy uniforms, and to become the Dukes of Dixieland. First, the best they could obtain was a monthly guest appearance at the meetings of the New Orleans Jazz Club. They were featured at the New Orleans Jazz Festival in the City Auditorium there in New Orleans in 1949. And then in 1950, they obtained a regular stand at the Golden Slipper in Baton Rouge. They stayed 22 weeks. The band at that time consisted of Artie Seelig, piano, Little Chink Martin, string bass, Bill Shea, an outlander from Highland Park, Illinois, on clarinet. How he got in there, I don't know, but he was an alien. And, of course, the two Assunto brothers. Drummer Perkins left to join the Army on December of 1950 and was replaced by Von Gammon. Well, here's the original group once more with their rendition of an old original Dixieland jazz band favorite. You'll notice that the boys do play in the style of the old original Dixieland jazz band. That is more ensemble than solo work. This is leaning toward the traditional, and yet there is more or less of a modern Dixieland sound to them. Listen to the boys, the Dukes of Dixieland, one of their early recordings made in 1951 of Fidgety Feet. Well, with these recordings, which were resold to the Vic label, and it marked their first appearance commercially on records, the Dukes of Dixieland. Well, later on, there was another label that came into existence called Audio Fidelity. And if ever a band made a record label, and if ever a record label, in turn, made a band, it was the combination of Audio Fidelity recordings and the Dukes of Dixieland. Because to date, they have made 9 albums, the biggest sellers in this field, I believe, that any record label has ever had, as far as modern Dixieland jazz is concerned. Well, the boys were on their way, and their first big engagement happened in 1950 at the famous Door on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. They went in there for, I think, a 13 weeks or 3 months period. And you know what? They became the house band for 4 years and a half. And while they were there at the famous Door, they took on a girl vocalist whose name was Betty Owens, and whom they dubbed the Duchess. She later became Mrs. Fred Asunto. So the Duchess was with the Dukes of Dixieland, and they were on their way to commercial success. This first album that they recorded for Audio Fidelity featured one of the grand old New Orleans favorites, which you'll have no difficulty in identifying as the famous High Society. Well, there you have the Dukes of Dixieland and high society. I think you get the idea now when I tell you they are one of the hottest commercial items now selling on long playing in their field. Another great favorite of the old Dixieland jazz band days, they also recorded for this same Volume 1. They had a tagline, which when I first saw this, I said, gee, these boys they're optimistic, or the manufacturer is. The Dukes of Dixieland. You have to hear it to believe it. I said, I hope these boys can live up to their advanced press notices, and they surely have. Here they are, the Dukes and Clarinet Marmalade. Well, there you have the Dukes of Dixieland and Clarinet Marmalade. By the time their second album came out on this Audio Fidelity label, there was a little change in the personnel of the band. Papa Jack Jacinto took the Duchess's place while she had a little time out to present Papa Jack with his first grandchild. He joined the Dukes playing trombone and banjo. He had been a school teacher at one time in New Orleans, and this, of course, was 1955, and so he was on temporary leave of absence from the school teaching business to fill in while the Duchess was away from the band. Well, practically overnight, Papa Jack became a regular and one of the featured members of the band as he is today. He never went back to school teaching. To him, this was too much fun. He has as much fun or more than anyone in the band. And of course, his two sons, Frank and Fred Jacinto, are very popular, very proud of Papa Jack, as is everyone else in the band. And now here is the Duchess. We should hear the Duchess Betty Owens with the Dukes singing My Blue Heaven. Well, there you have the Duchess, Betty Owens, wife of Freddie Jacinto, the trombone man, with the Dukes of Dixieland and My Blue Heaven. Another tune which I think you're going to like is an old favorite, which the Dukes recorded for this second album of theirs. It was called Mama Don't Allow It. I think you'll remember this from the old days when another New Orleans gal named Connie Boswell recorded it. But here, the Dukes of Dixieland and Mama Don't Allow It.
Whoop, Mama don't allow the banjo playing in here. But Papa don't care what Mama don't allow. He's gonna beat his banjo anyhow. Here comes Papa Jack with the banjo. Mama don't allow no clarinet playing in here. Mama don't want the clarinet playing around here. But Harold don't care what Mama don't allow. He's gonna blow that clarinet anyhow. Here comes Harold Cooper with his clarinet. Mama don't want no trombone playing in here. Oh, Mama don't allow the trombone playing around here. But Freddie don't care what Mama don't allow. He's gonna blow his trombone anyhow. Now here comes my brother Freddie with his trombone fly. Mama don't want no piano playing in here. Now Mama can't stand that piano playing around here. But Happy don't care what Mama don't allow. He's gonna beat that piano anyhow. Now here comes Mr. Stanley Middleton with his piano. Trombone playing in here. Mama can't stand the trombone playing around here. But Papa don't care what Mama don't allow. He's gonna blow that trombone anyhow. Now here comes Papa Jack with his trombone this time. Mama don't want that bass playing in here. Mama don't want the bass playing around here. But Bill don't care what Mama don't lie. Don't beat that bass fiddle anyhow. Here comes Mr. Bill Porter with the bass. Mama don't want them drums playing in here. Say, Mama don't want them drums playing around here. But Roger don't care what Mama don't lie. He's gonna beat them drums anyhow. Here comes Mr. Roger Johnson with his drums. Mama don't want the band playing in here. Mama don't allow no band to playing around here. But now look, we don't care what Mama don't allow, because we're gonna play the band anyhow. Mama don't allow the band playing around here.
As we continue with the Dukes of Dixieland and their very popular style of today, a style which has made them in demand all over the nation. Las Vegas is there almost as great to them as New Orleans has been. Here's a tune which is a little bit away from the general run of things. You'll notice that this almost sounds like it was written down, played from notes. These are all head arrangements, but they're all worked out ahead of time. And listen to this decidedly contrasty version of the old favorite, Listen to the Mockingbird.
I like that because it's so easy, you know? Not blurry, just good rhythm. The Dukes of Dixieland. Another close friend who helped the band to much of its success was the veteran drummer and jazz man Paul Barber of New Orleans. Of course, Paul had played with the best of them. He'd played with King Oliver. He played with Louis Armstrong during the 20s and the 30s. He wrote a tune which the Dukes recorded. I want you to hear the Bourbon Street Parade.
Dukes of Dixieland. This one from their third volume of jazz, which was called Marching Along with the Dukes of Dixieland. You have to hear it to believe it. Well, by now, the people were beginning to believe it. Everywhere the boys went, they were received with wide open arms, and while their style was sort of a mixture of the old traditional and the younger conception of Dixieland, it was popular, it was commercial, it got them bookings. And after all, money's money, you know. You might love to play jazz and play Dixieland, but when you can add to that all these bookings at the nation's top night spots, bookings that were just starting in at that time, why, people began to think, I don't know, we like this group. We like them, and they paid to hear them. From that volume 3, again, here's another tune which they recorded. It was an old tune that goes way, way back and is usually associated with the North of Civil War days, a tune called When Johnny Comes Marching Home. But wouldn't you know it, when the Dukes of Dixieland out of New Orleans recorded it, they called it When Johnny Reb Comes Marching Home. Dukes of Dixieland playing When Johnny Reb Comes Marching Home. Well, just as all great New Orleans jazz men have done in years past and still do today, spirituals are included in the popular repertoire of the Dukes of Dixieland. And here they are with their version of Just a Closer Walk with Thee. Volume 4 of the Dukes of Dixieland came out, and this one had the title On Bourbon Street with the Dukes of Dixieland. You got to hear it to believe it. And boy, they did, too, because they took all the old New Orleans favorites, Sensation Rag, St. James Infirmary, Dippermouth, Memphis Blues, Riverboat, Weary Blues, Eccentric, and they really did right by these tunes, as they so richly deserved. One of these, from this album, Royal Garden Blues by the Dukes.
From Hollywood and one of the nation's largest private record collections, here's America's Popular Music with your commentator, Andy Mansfield.
Music of the Moonlight Serenader, Glenn Miller and his orchestra. You know, the popularity of Glenn's music has remained so great during all the years since he disappeared over the English Channel that foggy December day in 1944, that his old records could scarcely begin to satisfy the desires of the growing legion of Miller fans. Strangely enough, long after he's gone, his music still continues to draw new followers. And the search for more Miller material to supplement the old records has been exhaustive. And even though it was generally felt that Glenn's recording career had been fairly thoroughly documented, new Miller material has been discovered from time to time. Recordings of his radio broadcasts have been released. Recordings of his Army Air Force band and of a long-forgotten Carnegie Hall concert have taken their places on the steadily growing shelf of Miller records. And now tonight we'd like to play what we believe is perhaps the greatest discovery of all. From the soundtracks of the two pictures he made, Orchestra Wives and Sun Valley Serenade, revealing the Miller Band in the most brilliant sound recordings it ever received, here are those tunes.
In the Mood, the soundtrack recording by Glenn Miller's Orchestra for the 20th Century Fox picture Sun Valley Serenade. You know, it's interesting to hear these recordings as they were made for soundtracks and comparing them to the records which were made in a recording studio. And to sort of bring us up to date and refresh our mind on this sort of thing and what happened on these sessions, we invited our good friend Don Haynes of Haynes and Martin Insurance. And whatever happened to the insurance business, Don?
Oh, still got it going. Andy.
Still going.
Yeah.
Well, Don, of course, as you've heard us say many times before when he's visited, was the civilian manager of the Glenn Miller Band and also the executive officer of the Air Force Band, and perhaps the last one to have seen Glenn Miller alive. Well, Don, we're awfully glad to have you with us here tonight, and tell us about these great recordings from the soundtrack of the 20th Century Pictures. This is a sound which very few recordings of Glenn Miller have received. This is something which could have been recorded yesterday instead of in 1941 or 42. Don't you agree with that?
I think you're so right, Andy. These recordings, I think, sound the closest to the Glenn Miller Band itself of anything on wax.
Uh-huh. Well, Don, let's listen to another tune here, another one which, to my mind, is the only recording of this tune. It was a tune called Boom Shot, B-O-O-M-S-H-O-T, Boom Shot. I don't think you ever did this for a commercial recording, did you?
Not that I recall.
It was recorded for the soundtrack, however. Whether it was used, I don't remember that either. But here it is, the Glenn Miller Band playing Boom Shot. Boom Shot, recorded by the Glenn Miller Orchestra for the 20th Century Fox film soundtrack. I noticed on the inside of this album, which has just been released, by the way, Don, one of the greatest pictures of the greatest band that I have ever seen. Do you recognize that scene from a
Yes, I do.
It
Andy.
looked like it would have been.
It was in a corner.
Yeah.
A corner of a room, and the bandstand was built there rather low. In fact, they didn't have it elevated like they have so many of them. You see, there's only 3 levels there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they pyramid them sometimes till the bass player up in the back row doesn't know what the saxophone player is doing. But 20th Century did a marvelous job here, picture-wise and recording-wise.
Those 2 top trumpet men over there.
Johnny Best and Billy May.
Johnny Best and Billy May. And then the next 2 below?
Ray Anthony and Mickey McMickle.
Uh-huh. Then in front of them...
Now there's Paul Tanner, Jimmy Pretty, and Frank D'Onofrio on trombone.
The trombone section. And then the drummer up there.
Yes, Morris Purtle.
And then the bass player right in the center. He could hear the saxes all right.
Trigger Alpert.
Trigger Alpert up there.
Gum and Trigger Alpert.
And then over on the right-hand side of the stand...
there's Willie Schwartz. You can see him on the Dinah Shore show even today.
Yeah.
And next to him, Hal McIntyre, who has his own band, and I understand is out in this territory right now.
Oh, good.
Ernie Kersaris in New York in studios.
Then the top row.
And there's Tex Beneke, who has his own band today, and Al Klink.
Al Klink. The guitarist?
Oh, Jack Lathrop.
And the piano, Chummy, probably.
Chummy McGregor, yeah.
Yeah, and of course Glenn standing right in the angle part of the stand.
Then there's the Modernaires there right back of him, consisting of Bill Conway, Chuck Goldstein, Ray Eberly, Hal Dickinson, and Ralph Brewster.
Oh, well, this was the band, and let's hear another selection right now. One of the great hits, Serenade in Blue. This was from which one of the 2 pictures?
Serenade in Blue, Andy, I believe, was Sun Valley Serenade.
Sun Valley. Sun Valley. And you'll notice there are 2 voices on there. There is a feminine voice. There's also the voice of Ray Eberly. We believe of course, I don't know, were you around when they made the sound part of these recordings done?
Well, when we weren't playing golf across the street at Hillcrest Country Club, we were around, and they were dubbing a lot, but that might have been Pat Friday.
Let's listen and see. Here is the soundtrack version of Glenn Miller playing Serenade in Blue.
That serenade in blue, I'm somewhere in another world alone with you, sharing all the joys we used to know many moons ago. Once again your face comes back to me, just like the theme of some forgotten melody in the album of my memory. Serenade in blue. It seems like only yesterday struck it and as we danced the night away, I hear you say forevermore, and then the song became a sigh, forevermore became goodbye, but you remained in my heart. So tell me, darling, is there still a spark?
serenade in blue. I'm somewhere in another world alone with you, sharing all the joys we used to know. Many moons ago. Once again your face comes back to me, just like the theme of some forgotten melody in the album of my memory. Serenade in
Tell me, darling, is there still a spark, or only lonely ashes of the flame we knew? Should I go on whistling in the dark?
Beautiful arrangement, and noticeably much longer than the commercial record arrangement, which was put out.
Yes, the commercial
same
record
time.
was about 2 minutes less than that anyway. More than 2 minutes.
And this does sound very much like Pat Friday, and I think she was probably the singing voice for Lynn Barry.
I imagine that's what it was. It's so long ago, Andy. You're
Yeah, this
asking
is
me
17...
17 and a half years ago.
17
This
and a
was
half.
done in the spring of 41. Of
Gee.
40.
Well, for Orchestra Wives, which was the follow-up picture to Sun Valley Serenade, made the next year, Glenn recorded his great jumping arrangement of the Bugle Call Rag. So let's listen to it from the soundtrack. Don, where were you playing when you first heard about coming to Hollywood to make these pictures?
I think we were in the Paramount Theater in New York, Andy, when Tom Rockwell, the late Tom Rockwell, told Glenn that he was pretty hot on a deal at 20th Century Fox. And I think he came over to the theater one afternoon after the second or third show, and we had dinner, and he had the contract.
And then what'd you do? Did you play one-nighters? Did you play your way out, or did you just get on the train and set sail?
Got on the train in a private car, and away we went for the West Coast. 3 days later, we got out here and out to 20th Century Fox and right to work.
Did you do most of the the local the set scenes before you did anything up at the Sun Valley?
Oh yes. Most of it was done right here at 20th Century Fox, out on Pico Boulevard, and we were there for 4 weeks. Then we had to stay over for a 5th week, and then the Sun Valley things were done later.
How long were you up at Sun Valley?
10 days.
Right in the heart of winter?
Yeah, no, it was spring, but there's snow up there, practically the year round.
Yeah.
Gorgeous place. Just gorgeous.
I imagine this was sort of a vacation for the band, wasn't it?
It was, because you'd get a call for 12 o'clock noon one day. The next day you'd get a call for 6:30 in the morning, and which meant that you had to get up about 5 o'clock, and the boys had to be made up and so forth and be on the set at 7 or 7:30. But then we, 20th Century, I can't remember the chap's name out there, but he got a few of us passes to play Hillcrest Country Club, which is a fine test of golf. And we had that. If we had 3 or 4 hours off, we'd go over and play 9 or 18 holes.
Did the men bring any of their families with them, or just by themselves?
Some of them drove out, and some of them came on later trains, but only the band came on the car that we had hooked onto one of the Super Chiefs, I believe it was.
Well, here's another great one from the soundtrack, and notice how different this sounds from the commercial recording. Chattanooga Choo Choo.
what you say. Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version of a really solid Tennessee excursion. Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga
choo-choo.
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Can you afford to board Chattanooga choo-choo?
I got my fare.
And just a trifle to spare.
You leave the Pennsylvania station about 4:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer
than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blowing 8 to the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel on a coaling, gotta keep it rolling, gotta keep it rolling.
Woo-hoo, Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace.
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam.
So Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
all aboard.
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
get aboard.
Chattanooga, Chattanooga, Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo.
We mentioned before that this instrumental boom shot, the only recording of it available was from soundtrack that Glenn Miller had recorded it. He'd never had made it for commercial recordings. The other very unusual or most remarkable bits of Miller yet to be uncovered is the first and only appearance here of the Glenn Miller Six. Now, this was a sextet drawn from the full band, which mixes an appealing sweet style with some rugged improvising. Do you remember this particular little group, Don?
I do, but if you asked me to name them, I couldn't for the life of me other than the rhythm section. I know Mo Pirtle is in there, and Trigger Alpert, and Chummy McGregor on piano, probably Billy May on trumpet, and either Klink or Al Klink or Tex Beneke on sax, and I'd say if there's a clarinet in it, I think Ernie Kerseris has to be there.
Okay, let's listen to You Say the Sweetest Things, Baby, by the Glenn Miller Six. This is Andy Mansfield with America's Popular Music. Tonight we're playing the original film soundtrack recordings by Glenn Miller and his orchestra, which were recorded for 20th Century Fox, for Orchestra Wives, and for Sun Valley Serenade, the only two pictures which Glenn ever made. Here with us tonight to fill in on our memories and tell us things that we've never known before is the man who remembers more about Glenn Miller, I believe, than just about anybody else. And that's his former manager and his wartime executive officer, Don Haynes. Well, Don, we're down now to this part. Let's see. It happened in Sun Valley. This has always been one of my favorite tunes. It was never a big hit, was it?
Never. It never sold anything like 1 million records or anything like that, but it's surprising how many people just loved this recording.
Moved right along there,
I do myself. I have it at home, and I treasure it very much.
And a nice, bright, up-tempo. With the boys singing, as I recall, the band sang in this one, didn't they?
That's right.
Okay, let's listen to It Happened in Sun Valley from the soundtrack.
Howdy, folks, let's go for a ride. Get your favorite one to sit by your side. Cuddle up in a sleigh, giddy up, Nellie Gray, and away we go. While you listen to the sleigh bells ring, you're yodeling to your baby. You'll feel nice and warm, no matter how cold it may be. Take a look at little Jack and Jill. They ski down a hill, that's a snowplow turn. And look, there's a spill on the hill. When you're down, it's a thrill to go up again. Everybody ought to learn to ski, for that is how we first met. We were that Jack and Jill that came down a hill. When I looked at you, my heart took a spill on a hill. It's a thrill that I can't forget. It happened in Sun Valley, not so very long ago. There were sunbeams in the snow, and a twinkle in your eye. I remember, oh so clearly, that you nearly passed me by. Then it happened in Sun Valley, when you slipped and fell, and so did I. I remember, oh so clearly, that you nearly passed me by. Then it happened in Sun Valley, when you slipped and fell, and so did I. Now every year we go back, and then we recall that fall and that moment when we were there on a hill. So we both take a spill, and we're Jack and Jill again.
It Happened in Sun Valley from the Sun Valley Serenade. Who were the stars of that picture, Don?
Sonia Henney and John Payne played the leading roles. There were other contractees, 20th Century Fox, Lynn Barry, and any number of people they had under contract that were in there in sub-name value.
Well, then after Sun Valley Serenade went over as well as it did, there was a return trip to Hollywood the following year, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when we came out to make Orchestra Wives.
Orchestra Wives. Do you remember the cast who were in that picture?
Some of them in that picture were Ann Rutherford, Lynn Barry, Cesar Romero was cast as the piano player in the band, and a pretty well-known comic, Jackie Gleason, played bass. Had rubber strings on it, but he played it. And George Montgomery, George Dinah Shore's husband, played the hot trumpet.
Well, Billy May and Trigger Alpert and Chummy McGregor must have had a lot of golf along about that time.
They played a lot of golf.
Well, here we are now, down to another of the great hits, and this, again, is the soundtrack version. I've Got a Gal in Kalamazoo.
Hi there, Tex, how's your new romance? The one you met at the campus dance.
Wait until you see her, you'll agree. My hometown gal's the only one for me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I got a gal
In Kalamazoo.
Don't wanna boast, but I know she's the toast
Of Kalamazoo, zoo, 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 zoo.
Years have gone by.
My, how she grew.
I liked her looks when I carried her books
In Kalamazoo, zoo, 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 zoo.
I'm gonna send a wire, hopping on a flyer.
Leaving today.
Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming.
Hiya, Mr. Jackson, everything's okay. A-L-A-M-A-C-O. Oh, what a gal, a real pipperoo.
I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to.
I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal
in Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo.
Don, I think one of the finest tunes musically that Glenn ever played and recorded was this tune, "At Last." Was this something of a personal favorite of his, or was it just another tune as far as he was concerned?
I never heard him express himself that this was one of his favorites. It was one of Ray Eberle's favorites, I know that, but here's a tune that really got kicked around. It was recorded at 20th Century Fox for the picture.
That Sun Valley Serenade.
Yes, and taken out of the picture. It never appeared in the picture. Then we did it at Universal International when we made the Glenn Miller story, and they didn't like it because it slowed the tempo down of the picture, and so it got thrown out of that too. Oddly enough, the record for RCA Victor of At Last, with Ray Eberle singing it, sold a bundle
Millions.
full. Oh, gosh, it sold a lot of records.
Was it ever used in Orchestra Wives? Was it
Not to my knowledge, it wasn't.
probably recorded for that one, too, and never used?
It might have been because, you see, they kept these soundtracks out there, which is evidenced by the fact that here they are in album form.
And real fine ones, too, I might add.
Well, the quality is so beautiful in this 20th century album. And one of the odd things that I might inject here, Andy, have you ever seen a sound stage?
I've been on a few of them, yeah, not the
They're pretty
particular ones out of the 20th.
unglamorous, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They've
Barns. They're barns is what they are.
Yeah, they're just like barren warehouses with
Yeah.
mattresses in the ceilings and painted on one wall and raw on the other wall. They're heated, they're comfortable, but just to have such beautiful music come out of such barren buildings is unusual, but they certainly did get the sound effects. And as Glenn always said, it's the only place that when they played it back to him, it sounded like his band.
Mm-hmm. Well, judging from the sound that we're hearing here tonight, you can see that he was right about that. Here is Glenn Miller's soundtrack recording of At Last.
Come along.
My lonely days are over, and life is like a song.
At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover.
The night I looked at you, I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found the
smiled, and then the spell was cast.
And here we are in heaven,
for you are mine at last.
Glenn Miller's orchestra from the soundtrack, and the vocalist, Ray Eberly, and in all probability, Pat Friday, who was the singing voice for Lynn Barry. Well, now we come to a great Miller arrangement. So many times we've heard this tune on the airwaves, on the old shellacs. But let's listen to it in the high fidelity of the sound stage. From the soundtrack, here is Glenn Miller playing American Patrol. Well, there's only one American Patrol, and that's as played by Glenn Miller, that's for sure. And I think you'll agree that you never have heard it quite like it sounded on these soundtrack recordings. These, by the way, tonight have been the recordings from the soundtracks of Glenn Miller's 20th Century Fox Motion Pictures, Orchestra Wives and Sun Valley Serenade, in a high-fidelity album, which has just been released by 20th Century Fox. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, and we're very happy to say thank you, Don Haynes, for being with us once more and filling in a lot of the information on this great band. Now let's close up tonight's program with another swinger, a tune called The Spirit is Willing. And again, thanks for being with us, Don Haynes.
Thanks for inviting me, Andy.
As we close the gates to the Kingdom of Swing, this is Andy Mansfield inviting you to be with us again next week for another program of America's Popular Music.
America's Popular Music has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.